The streets of Greenfield were draped in a blanket of fresh snow, the warm glow of Christmas lights reflecting off the icy sidewalks. The town square was bustling with last-minute shoppers, their laughter and chatter filling the cold December air. Carolers sang merrily, their voices carrying through the streets, masking the quiet horror that was about to unfold in the secluded part of town. Miles away from the festive heart of Greenfield, a solitary figure moved through the shadows of an abandoned house. The house had been deserted for years, its windows shattered, and its wooden walls sagging with the weight of neglect. But tonight, it was more than just an empty house. It was a crime scene in the making. Detective Samuel Grayson sat at his desk in the dimly lit precinct, sipping his coffee as the clock neared midnight. Christmas Eve had always been a slow night for crime in Greenfield, but something in his gut told him that this year would be different. He stared at the case files spread out before him, cold cases that had haunted him for years. Just as he reached for another sip of his now lukewarm coffee, his phone rang. The voice on the other end was frantic. "Detective Grayson, you need to get down to Willow Street. Now." The call came from Officer Rebecca Cole, one of the newer recruits. Her voice trembled as she relayed the situation. A distress call had been placed by a local resident claiming to have seen something, or someone, moving inside the abandoned house at the end of the street. The house had been the site of a gruesome murder 20 years ago, a case that remained unsolved. Grayson grabbed his coat and headed out, the cold night air biting at his skin as he stepped onto the empty streets. The closer he got to Willow Street, the more his heart pounded. Something told him that this Christmas Eve would not be as silent as the others before it. As he pulled up to the scene, flashing red and blue lights illuminated the dark house. Rebecca stood near the entrance, her face pale against the glow of the street lamp. "Sir, you need to see this," she whispered, her breath visible in the cold air. Grayson stepped forward, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. The front door creaked open with an eerie groan. Inside, the air was thick with dust and decay. But that wasn't what made his stomach drop. On the floor, in the center of the living room, lay a single crimson-stained Christmas card. The words scrawled across it sent a chill down his spine. "This Christmas, the past comes back to haunt you." Friends, before continuing the crime story further, it would be good if we need your support to share this video with your close friends or relatives, so that we are enthusiastic to accompany you during your rest. Thank you. The moment hung heavy in the air, the dim glow of Grayson's flashlight illuminating the ominous message. Rebecca swallowed hard, her hand instinctively resting on her holstered weapon. The silence in the abandoned house was suffocating, broken only by the distant hum of police radios outside. Grayson crouched beside the card, his gloved fingers brushing against the dried crimson stain. "This wasn't here before," he murmured, his voice barely audible. The case from 20 years ago had left its mark on Greenfield, but no one had dared step foot in this house in years. Until now. Rebecca shifted uncomfortably, her breath uneven. "Sir, we should check the rest of the house. If someone's here." Grayson nodded, rising to his feet. He gestured for Rebecca to take the left side while he moved toward the narrow hallway leading to the back rooms. The wooden floor groaned beneath their careful steps, each creak amplifying their unease. The first room was empty, a skeletal frame of a long-forgotten bedroom, the mattress reduced to a pile of dust and rusted springs. The second room was no different, its walls covered in graffiti and water stains. But the third room, the one at the very end of the hall, was different. The door was ajar, the darkness inside almost unnatural. Grayson reached out, pushing it open with the barrel of his flashlight. The room was nearly bare except for a single chair in the center. On it sat a small, wrapped gift, tied with a blood-red ribbon. Rebecca took a cautious step forward, her breath hitching. "Sir, that wasn't here before either." Grayson exhaled sharply, his jaw tightening. Whoever had left this wanted them to find it. Slowly, he reached for the package, the paper crackling beneath his touch. He unwrapped it carefully, his pulse pounding in his ears. Inside, nestled within a bed of cotton, was an old, yellowed photograph. It showed a young girl, no older than 6, standing in front of a Christmas tree. Her face was partially obscured, but the name scribbled in the corner sent a fresh wave of dread through Grayson. It was the name of the victim from 20 years ago, and beneath the photograph, in the same scrawled handwriting as the card, were the words, "You never found me." Grayson clenched the photograph, his mind racing. A gust of wind rattled the broken window, sending a shiver down Rebecca's spine. She turned, scanning the darkness beyond the doorway. "Sir, I think we should call for backup." Grayson shook his head. "Not yet." His fingers traced the edge of the photo. The past had come knocking, and he intended to answer. He turned his attention back to the small room, searching for any other clues. His flashlight beam caught something on the far wall, deep scratches, gouged into the wood. He stepped closer, heart pounding as he read the words carved there. "Still waiting." Rebecca took a shaky breath. "Whoever did this, they're watching us." Grayson's gut twisted. He had seen enough crime scenes to know when he was being taunted. The question wasn't whether the killer had returned. It was whether they had ever truly left. A sudden noise shattered the silence. A floorboard creaked in the hallway. Rebecca whipped around, gun drawn. Grayson steadied himself, his own weapon ready. The darkness beyond the door seemed to shift, an almost imperceptible movement just out of reach. Then a whisper, soft, almost playful, drifting through the stale air. "Merry Christmas, Detective." A shadow darted past the doorway, vanishing into the darkness. Grayson lunged forward, but the hall was empty. Only the lingering echo of the voice remained, curling through the air like the last breath of a dying ember. The hunt had begun. Grayson and Rebecca rushed into the hallway, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. The house groaned as the wind howled through its broken windows. Snowflakes drifted in, settling on the dusty floorboards, their pristine whiteness disturbed by a fresh set of footprints leading toward the back door. Rebecca whispered, "They're still here." Grayson nodded, signaling her to move cautiously. His pulse hammered as he followed the trail. The footprints were erratic, some deeper than others, as if whoever had left them had been running or struggling. They reached the back door, slightly ajar, a faint trail of red smearing the handle. Blood. Grayson pushed the door open, revealing the backyard, the snow-covered ground illuminated by the distant glow of streetlights. More footprints, leading toward the tree line. Then, in the distance, a single figure stood at the edge of the woods, motionless. Watching, Grayson locked eyes with the distant figure. His breath hitched, vapor curling in the cold air. The figure stood unnaturally still, almost blending into the darkness of the towering pines. Then, without warning, it turned and bolted into the woods. "Go!" Grayson shouted, dashing forward, Rebecca close behind. Their boots crunched against the snow as they pursued the fleeing shadow, the glow of their flashlights barely piercing the dense forest ahead. Grayson tore through the trees, his boots crunching against the snow-covered ground. The figure ahead of him moved swiftly, dodging between the thick pines like a phantom. The beam of his flashlight barely pierced the shadows, the cold air stinging his lungs as he pushed himself forward. Rebecca was right behind him, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "They're leading us somewhere," she called out, her voice strained. Grayson knew she was right. The footprints ahead weren't desperate. This wasn't the frantic escape of a fugitive. This was calculated. A game. The chase led them deeper into the forest, the town lights disappearing behind them. The darkness thickened, and an unnatural silence settled in. Grayson slowed, motioning for Rebecca to do the same. The only sound was the wind whispering through the trees. Then a sharp crack. Grayson spun just as something lunged from the darkness. A blur of movement, a flash of steel. He barely had time to react before he was tackled to the ground, the weight of his assailant pressing against his chest. The glint of a knife caught the moonlight. Rebecca shouted, raising her gun, but a second figure emerged from the shadows, knocking her weapon away. She fought back, delivering a swift kick to the attacker's ribs, sending them sprawling into the snow. Grayson struggled, gripping the wrist of his assailant, forcing the knife away from his throat. He caught a glimpse of the attacker's face, a mask crudely stitched together like a grotesque doll's face. The eyes behind it burned with something primal. Then, just as quickly as they had appeared, the attackers retreated. They darted back into the shadows, their laughter echoing through the trees. Grayson sat up, catching his breath. Rebecca retrieved her gun, scanning the darkness. "What the hell was that?" she panted. Grayson wiped blood from his lip, his mind racing. A warning. He looked down at the snow beside him. There, pressed into the ice, was another Christmas card. "You're getting closer." Grayson and Rebecca exchanged wary glances, their breaths visible in the frigid night air. The message was clear. They were closing in on something, but the enemy was always one step ahead. Rebecca crouched, picking up the card with gloved fingers. "This isn't just a game to them," she muttered. "They're enjoying this." Grayson exhaled sharply, scanning the darkness around them. "And they're leading us somewhere specific." A distant howl of wind carried the faintest trace of movement through the trees. Grayson's eyes followed the tracks leading further into the woods. He wasn't sure if he was hunting a killer, or if he was the prey. Grayson and Rebecca pushed forward through the thick forest, their breaths visible in the freezing air. The trail of footprints ahead of them had started to vanish under the fresh snowfall, but they refused to turn back. A sudden rustling to their right made them stop. Grayson raised his gun, his finger steady on the trigger. The trees around them whispered in the wind, concealing whoever or whatever was out there. Then a shadow moved. A figure darted between the trees, just beyond their flashlights' reach. Grayson shouted, "Stop! Police!" But the figure disappeared deeper into the woods. Rebecca cursed under her breath. "They're toying with us." They pressed on, following the figure's trail until they reached a clearing. In the center stood an old, abandoned cabin. Its wooden frame sagged under the weight of years, and its windows were nothing but dark, empty voids. The place radiated an eerie stillness, as if it had been waiting for them. Grayson approached cautiously, gun raised. Rebecca covered his flank, her own weapon ready. The front door was slightly ajar, creaking softly in the wind. Grayson stepped inside first, sweeping the room with his flashlight. The interior was eerily clean, too clean for an abandoned place. A fire had recently burned in the stone fireplace. A single wooden chair sat in the middle of the room, facing the doorway. And on the chair, another gift-wrapped box. Rebecca exhaled sharply. "Not again." Grayson walked forward, his pulse hammering. He reached for the box, unwrapped it, and felt his stomach drop. Inside was another photograph. This time, it was a picture of him and Rebecca, taken just hours ago outside the crime scene at Willow Street. And beneath it, in the same scrawled handwriting, "You were never alone." A sudden noise behind them made Rebecca spin around, gun raised. But before either of them could react, the lights went out, plunging them into total darkness. Total darkness swallowed the cabin. Grayson's grip tightened around his gun, his pulse hammering in his ears. He could hear Rebecca's breathing beside him, shallow but steady. A soft creak echoed from the far side of the room. Grayson turned swiftly, his flashlight flickering to life. The beam swept across the cabin, illuminating the walls adorned with aged newspaper clippings. Headlines screamed out at him. Christmas Eve tragedy, young girl missing, presumed dead. 20 years later, no justice for Emily Carter. His breath hitched as he stepped closer, the yellowed paper crumbling at the edges. Someone had been living in this obsession, tracking every development, every failure of the investigation. And then he saw it, his own face, pinned to the wall beside Rebecca's, circled in red ink. A whisper of movement made him spin around. A shadow darted past the doorway. "Rebecca, move!" he barked, rushing toward the door. He threw it open just in time to see a hooded figure disappearing into the trees. Rebecca was right behind him, gun raised. "We can't let them get away." They chased after the figure, their boots crunching through the thick snow. The forest was a maze of skeletal branches and shifting shadows. The wind howled, drowning out all other sounds. Grayson's breath came in ragged bursts as he pushed forward, his eyes locked on the fleeing silhouette ahead. Then, without warning, the figure stopped. Grayson skidded to a halt, Rebecca nearly colliding into him. The figure stood still, their back to them. Something was wrong. The realization hit him a second too late. A trap. The ground beneath them gave way. Grayson felt the sudden drop, the icy air rushing past him as he plunged into darkness. And then, impact. The fall felt endless. Grayson barely had time to process what was happening before he hit the freezing water below. The impact knocked the air from his lungs, and for a moment he was weightless, suspended in the icy abyss. Panic surged through him as he kicked, desperate to surface. He could see Rebecca beside him, struggling against the frigid currents. Above them, the broken ground was a jagged hole, moonlight casting eerie reflections on the swirling water. Grayson fought against the cold, his limbs sluggish. He reached out, grasping Rebecca's arm and pulling her toward the surface. Their heads broke the water, both gasping for air. The temperature was merciless, biting into their skin like needles. "Grab onto something!" Grayson shouted, his breath coming in ragged clouds. They scanned their surroundings. The underground space they had fallen into was some kind of cavern, an abandoned well, or an old water reservoir hidden beneath the snow-covered earth. The walls were slick with ice, too smooth to climb. The only way out was the hole above. Then a sound made them both freeze. Footsteps. A shadow loomed at the edge of the broken ground. The hooded figure stood there, watching. Grayson's mind raced. They were trapped, vulnerable. If the figure had a weapon, a rope unraveled, dangling toward them, why would they help us? Rebecca shivered, her voice barely above a whisper. Grayson didn't trust it, but they had no choice. They moved cautiously, grasping the rope and hauling themselves up, muscles burning from the strain. As Grayson neared the top, the figure stepped back, retreating into the darkness of the trees. By the time they emerged from the pit, the only thing left was another crimson-stained Christmas card. The next morning, the sun barely peeked through the gray clouds as Grayson and Rebecca stood outside the precinct. The evidence from the previous night was now locked away, but the unease lingered. They had barely slept, their minds plagued with questions. Who was behind this? And more importantly, what did they want? Grayson sipped his coffee, his hands still numb from the cold. "We need to go back," he said finally. "There's more to that house than what we found." Rebecca hesitated but nodded. "And the Christmas cards? They're taunting us." They drove back to Willow Street, the abandoned house looming before them like a ghost of the past. The front door creaked open once more, but this time, something felt different. The air inside was charged, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. They moved cautiously, retracing their steps from the previous night. The Christmas card, the photograph, the chair, everything was as they had left it. But then Rebecca noticed something new. On the far wall, beneath the peeling wallpaper, faint scratches marred the surface. She stepped closer, brushing away the dust. "Grayson," she whispered, her voice tight. "Look at this." The scratches weren't random, they were letters. Words. "Help me." Grayson's blood ran cold. Someone had left this message long ago, a desperate plea lost to time. Then, another discovery sent a fresh wave of horror through them. A small, dusty mirror hung on the wall. Rebecca wiped it clean with her sleeve and gasped. In the reflection, the room behind them looked the same. Except for one thing. A shadow stood in the doorway. Grayson and Rebecca froze as the shadow in the mirror lingered for a second longer before vanishing into the dim hallway beyond the doorway. The detective spun on his heel, his gun drawn, but the space where the figure had stood was now empty. Rebecca inhaled sharply, her grip tightening around her flashlight. "What the hell was that?" she whispered. Grayson stepped forward cautiously, scanning the doorway. He motioned for Rebecca to stay close as they edged into the corridor. The air was thick, as if the house itself was watching them. A faint creak echoed through the silence, a sound neither of them had made. Their flashlights flickered slightly, casting long, shifting shadows along the peeling wallpaper. Grayson's heart pounded as he pushed open the door to the next room. Inside, a small desk sat covered in dust, untouched for years. On top of it lay a stack of letters, yellowed with age, each bearing a wax seal. Rebecca reached out hesitantly and flipped open the topmost letter. The ink was faded but still legible. "He watches. He waits. He knows what you did." Grayson clenched his jaw. Whoever wrote this knew something about the murder. Rebecca nodded, swallowing. But why leave it now? Before Grayson could answer, a sudden sound from upstairs made them both tense. A slow, deliberate set of footsteps. Someone else was in the house. Without hesitation, Grayson signaled for Rebecca to move. They crept toward the staircase, guns drawn, their breathing controlled but tense. The steps above them creaked again. Whoever it was wasn't trying to hide anymore. The floor above was shrouded in darkness, but as they reached the top, Rebecca gasped. A figure stood at the end of the hallway, barely illuminated by the weak moonlight filtering through a broken window. It was a girl, her head tilted slightly, long dark hair obscuring her face. She raised one hand, pointing toward a door at the end of the hall. And then, just as suddenly as she had appeared, she vanished. Grayson's blood ran cold. He knew what door she had pointed to. It was the room where the original murder had taken place. Grayson hesitated before pushing open the door to the room where the murder had taken place 2 decades earlier. The wood groaned beneath his weight as he stepped inside, Rebecca close behind him. The air was colder here, unnaturally so, as if time had stopped in this very space. The room was mostly bare, save for a dust-covered dresser and an old bed frame, its mattress long since rotted away. But something on the wall caught his attention. A large mirror, cracked down the center, its surface fogged over with dust and time. Rebecca shivered. "It feels wrong in here," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Grayson nodded, his fingers trailing over the mirror's frame. He wiped a section of the glass clean with his sleeve, expecting only to see his own reflection staring back. But instead, something else materialized, faint, almost indistinct. A shadow, then a whisper. A voice so quiet it could have been the wind. But Grayson knew better. "Help me." The sound sent a jolt through his spine. He turned sharply, scanning the room, but they were alone. Rebecca's breath hitched. "Did you hear that?" Grayson nodded, jaw tightening. He turned back to the mirror and, with a deep breath, pressed his palm against the glass. It was ice cold. Then something shifted. A small, nearly invisible seam at the base of the mirror. Rebecca saw it too. "It's a door." Grayson exhaled sharply. A hidden room. With careful precision, he applied pressure to the seam, and the mirror creaked open, revealing a narrow passageway. The stench of decay drifted out, causing Rebecca to gag. Grayson raised his flashlight and stepped inside. The passage was cramped, leading to a smaller hidden chamber. Dust swirled in the light as they advanced, revealing something horrifying at the center of the room. A chair. A single wooden chair, its arms bound with old, frayed rope. And beside it, a pile of bones. Rebecca gasped, covering her mouth. "Oh my God!" Grayson crouched beside the remains, his throat dry. The bones were small. Too small. The realization struck him like a hammer. They had just found the body of the girl who had been missing for 20 years. Rebecca took a step back from the bones, her breathing ragged. The cold, damp air of the hidden chamber pressed against her skin like a vice. Grayson knelt beside the remains, carefully pulling out a small evidence bag from his coat pocket. He reached for a rusted chain tangled in the remnants of tattered fabric. A locket dangled at the end, its once golden surface dulled with time. He pried it open. Inside was a faded photograph of the same girl from the Christmas card. Grayson's mind raced. Had the body been hidden here all these years? If so, why now? Why was someone suddenly drawing attention to it? A scraping sound echoed through the passageway. Rebecca spun around, gun raised. "Sir, we're not alone." Grayson froze, his grip tightening around the evidence bag. The light from his flashlight flickered slightly as a shadow moved beyond the threshold of the hidden door. A presence lingered in the air, heavy and oppressive. Rebecca motioned toward the entrance, but Grayson shook his head. "Wait!" He reached into his pocket and retrieved a small notepad, flipping to a blank page. He scribbled something quickly, then ripped it out and placed it on the ground beside the remains. A simple message, why now? A gust of air rustled through the hidden chamber, and for a brief moment, the whisper returned, faint and distorted. "Find the others." Rebecca's skin prickled. "Others?" Grayson stood slowly, his expression grim. He turned toward the passageway, the weight of the case suddenly feeling much heavier. They weren't just dealing with a forgotten murder. They were dealing with something much worse. The discovery of the first grave had sent shockwaves through the department, but now, Grayson and Rebecca faced an even darker truth, the possibility that there were more. The evidence led them deeper into the abandoned tunnels beneath Greenfield. Their flashlights flickered as they moved through the damp passageways, every step echoing against the stone walls. The air grew colder, thick with the scent of decay. Then, Rebecca stopped abruptly. "Sir, over here." Grayson turned his light toward her, illuminating another set of remains. This one smaller, the skeletal frame curled into itself, as if frozen in fear. Beside it lay another Christmas card, its edges torn, its ink smeared with age. Grayson picked it up carefully and read the message. "You still don't see, do you? Keep looking." A chill ran down his spine. The past wasn't just haunting them, it was leading them somewhere, and they were running out of time. The damp air of the underground tunnels pressed against Grayson's skin like a suffocating blanket. Each breath felt heavier, the air thick with decay, and a silence that screamed with untold secrets. Rebecca moved cautiously beside him, her gun drawn, her flashlight trembling in her grip. "This is more than a burial site," Grayson muttered, his voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. "This is a message." They had followed the clues deeper into the tunnels, the Christmas cards acting as breadcrumbs leading them towards something sinister. And now, before them, lay a third set of remains, smaller than the last, curled into an unnatural position, as though the person had died in fear. Beside the body, half buried in the dirt, was another tattered Christmas card. Grayson reached for it with steady hands, brushing off the grime. The message inside was chilling in its simplicity. Almost there. Rebecca swallowed hard. "Sir, if this is the third, how many more are there?" Grayson stood, the weight of the discovery settling in his bones. "We need to find out who else disappeared 20 years ago." A sudden noise, a distant clatter of movement deeper in the tunnel, made them both freeze. The sound was deliberate, purposeful. They weren't alone. Rebecca aimed her gun into the darkness. "Who's there?" Silence. Then a whisper, low, taunting, and inhumanly close. "Keep looking." The flashlight flickered, and in that brief second of darkness, Grayson swore he saw movement, just beyond the glow, just beyond reach. The past wasn't just leading them somewhere. It was hunting them. The darkness of the tunnel seemed to deepen as Grayson and Rebecca pressed forward, their footsteps echoing through the cold stone passage. The whisper they had heard moments before still lingered in the air, haunting them as they advanced toward what they could only assume was the final resting place of the missing victims. Rebecca's grip on her weapon tightened as she scanned the walls, noting crude symbols etched into the stone. Symbols that looked eerily similar to markings found in the original case file from 20 years ago. "Sir," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "These symbols, they're the same ones found near the first crime scene." Grayson studied them, running his gloved fingers over the indentations. This wasn't random. Someone planned all of this. He stepped forward, his flashlight revealing a rusted metal door at the end of the tunnel. It was slightly ajar, its hinges groaning as if protesting the intrusion of the living. Swallowing the dread creeping up his spine, Grayson pushed the door open. The room beyond was small, its air heavy with damp earth and the scent of decay. In the center of the chamber stood an altar-like structure, covered in dust, and around it, arranged in a grotesque pattern, were remnants of past horrors. Old newspaper clippings, photographs, and more crimson-stained Christmas cards were scattered across the floor. Rebecca crouched, picking up one of the cards. It was aged, the ink slightly smudged, but the words were clear. "Do you see now?" A sudden metallic clang made them both spin around, weapons raised. The door had slammed shut. Then, from the darkness beyond, came the sound of footsteps. Slow, deliberate. They weren't alone, and whoever was down there with them had been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. The sound of footsteps sent a jolt through Grayson and Rebecca. They spun toward the darkness, weapons raised, their flashlights barely penetrating the thick void beyond the chamber's entrance. The air had shifted, an undeniable presence now loomed in the suffocating silence. Rebecca steadied her breath. "We need to move." Grayson nodded, his instincts screaming at him that they were walking into a trap. He motioned for Rebecca to cover his flank as he stepped toward the darkness. The sound of dripping water echoed through the cavernous tunnel, mixing with the distant whisper of movement. Someone was there. Someone was waiting. They inched forward, past the remnants of the altar, past the chilling relics of a crime long buried. Grayson's light swept across the walls, revealing crude carvings, names. Dozens of names etched into the stone, some barely legible beneath layers of dust and grime. Then at the very bottom, he saw it, his own name. His pulse hammered in his ears. "Rebecca, look at this." She knelt beside him, tracing the fresh etchings with her fingertips. They knew we'd come. A sudden shuffling sound sent both of them scrambling backward. The tunnel ahead of them was shifting, the shadows bending as a figure emerged. Slowly, deliberately, it stepped into the light. A man, cloaked in ragged clothing, his face obscured by a hood. And in his hand, a crimson-stained Christmas card. Grayson's grip tightened on his weapon. "Who are you?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he tossed the card onto the ground. It landed between them, the words facing up. "The past is not buried. It breathes." And before they could react, the tunnel collapsed behind them, sealing them inside. The game had only just begun. The deafening crash of stone against stone sealed their fate. Dust and debris filled the air as Grayson and Rebecca scrambled back from the collapsing tunnel. Their flashlights flickered, barely illuminating the chamber that now held them prisoner. Rebecca coughed, covering her mouth. "We're trapped." Grayson clenched his jaw. "We need to find another way out." The hooded figure was gone. In its place, the shadows of the tunnel stretched endlessly, giving way to a network of corridors that seemed ancient, untouched by time. As their light swept across the walls, more names appeared, some scratched hastily, others carved with precision. A history of victims, a warning. A distant sound echoed through the labyrinthine passageways, a child's laughter, faint and ghostly. Rebecca swallowed hard. That's impossible. Grayson's grip on his flashlight tightened. Nothing is impossible anymore. Then, from the darkness, another Christmas card fluttered to the ground. The truth lies within. But are you ready to see it? The tunnels stretched on endlessly, their labyrinthine twists and turns forming a maze of shadows. Grayson and Rebecca moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing through the damp stone corridors. The weight of the unknown pressed upon them, and every flicker of light cast new doubts in their minds. The air grew colder as they ventured deeper. A faint, musty scent lingered, aged wood, damp earth, and something metallic. The further they walked, the more Rebecca noticed odd symbols carved into the stone. They weren't just names anymore. Some were strange glyphs, spirals, and runes that seemed to pulse in the dim glow of their flashlights. Rebecca exhaled sharply. This wasn't just a hiding place. Someone built this for a reason. Grayson stopped, studying the patterns. His instincts screamed at him. This wasn't just a remnant of past crimes. It was something more sinister. And whoever built it didn't want anyone to leave. A distant creak sent a chill up their spines. It wasn't the sound of shifting rock. It was a door opening. They turned sharply, their lights catching movement in the distance. A figure, tall, shrouded in darkness, stood at the edge of their vision. It didn't move, didn't speak. Just watched. Then slowly, it lifted a hand and pointed to a gap in the stone wall. Grayson hesitated before stepping forward. The passage was narrower than the rest, almost perfectly concealed. The moment he crossed the threshold, a whisper, cold and breathless, brushed against his ear. You were never meant to find this. The walls tightened around them as they moved deeper, Rebecca gripping her gun as her heart pounded. The passage opened into a chamber unlike the rest. Shelves lined the walls, filled with old, tattered books and yellowed newspaper clippings. The headlines were chilling. Christmas night disappearance remains unsolved. Family vanishes without a trace. Only a single card left behind. Mysterious figure seen near abandoned house. And in the center of the room, on a wooden pedestal, sat a single crimson-stained Christmas card. Rebecca stepped forward, swallowing her fear. The card was old, the paper brittle, but the words were clear. It was never just one. Then, the chamber door slammed shut behind them. And from the darkness, the whispers returned. Grayson and Rebecca stood frozen in the eerie silence of the underground chamber. The old bookshelves loomed around them, filled with relics of a forgotten past. The single crimson-stained Christmas card on the pedestal seemed to breathe, its message pulsating in the dim light. Rebecca swallowed hard. It was never just one, she read aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. Grayson took a cautious step forward, his fingers grazing the edges of the brittle card. The moment he touched it, a sharp gust of wind rushed through the chamber, snuffing out their flashlights for a brief second. When the beams flickered back on, something had changed. The bookshelves were no longer covered in dust and cobwebs. Instead, they appeared pristine, as if someone had been maintaining them all these years. The newspapers were crisp, their ink bold and fresh. And then they saw it. The headlines had changed. Detective and officer vanish in underground chamber. Mysterious tunnel claims 2 more souls, no trace left behind. Rebecca's breathing quickened. This isn't possible. Grayson turned sharply, scanning the room. He didn't believe in ghosts, but this wasn't ordinary. The chamber was shifting around them, twisting the past and present into something unnatural. Suddenly, a deep rumble vibrated through the stone walls. The pedestal trembled, the Christmas card fluttering to the ground. From the shadows beyond the bookshelves, whispers rose once more, this time forming distinct words. You were never meant to leave. The chamber's walls began to move. The bookshelves pushed inward, reducing the space between them. Rebecca yanked at the door they had entered through, but it wouldn't budge. Grayson grabbed her arm. There has to be another way. He turned his attention to the farthest wall, where an old iron gate stood slightly ajar. The whispers grew louder as they approached. Rebecca hesitated, but Grayson pushed forward, shoving the gate open. Beyond it, the tunnel continued, but this time, there were footprints in the dust, fresh ones. Someone had been here recently, and they weren't alone. Then, from the darkness, footsteps echoed back at them. Someone or something was following them. Rebecca and Grayson pressed forward into the darkness of the underground tunnel, their footsteps echoing against the damp stone walls. The fresh footprints ahead of them confirmed their worst fears. Someone was here, watching them, leading them deeper into a place they might never escape from. The air grew colder, each breath forming a thick cloud in the narrow passageway. Their flashlights flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along the walls. The whispers returned, faint but insistent, as if the past itself was reaching out to them. Grayson motioned for Rebecca to stop. "Listen," he whispered. The faint sound of someone, moving ahead sent a shiver down his spine. They continued cautiously until they reached a rusted metal door embedded in the stone. It was slightly ajar, the darkness beyond it impenetrable. Grayson pushed it open slowly, the hinges groaning in protest. Beyond the door, an expansive chamber revealed itself, lined with old wooden pews and a large, decrepit altar at the far end. Candles, their flames long extinguished, stood on either side of it, their wax melted into grotesque shapes. Rebecca's stomach twisted as she pointed her flashlight toward the altar. There, nailed into the rotting wood, was another Christmas card. Grayson approached it cautiously. The message was written in the same scrawled handwriting. You were supposed to save her. A rush of cold air blew through the chamber, making the candles flicker despite the absence of fire. Suddenly a noise, a sharp creak, sounded from above. Both detectives turned their flashlights upward, revealing a network of wooden beams crisscrossing the ceiling. Then they saw it. A figure crouched in the shadows above them, motionless, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Eyes gleamed in the dim light, unblinking. Rebecca barely had time to react before the figure leapt from the rafters, descending toward them like a specter from the past. And then the lights went out. The darkness was suffocating. The only sounds were Rebecca's panicked breathing and the pounding of Grayson's heart. He fumbled for his flashlight, his fingers slipping on the cold metal. He switched it on, the weak beam barely cutting through the thick shadows. Rebecca's voice was tight with fear. "Where did it go?" Grayson swept the light across the chamber. The wooden pews cast long, eerie shadows, but the figure was gone. Only the Christmas card remained, fluttering slightly in an unseen draft. Then came the whisper. Low, raspy, right behind them. Grayson spun, his gun raised, but there was nothing. Nothing but the vast emptiness of the underground chapel. A metallic clang echoed through the chamber. Rebecca whirled around, her flashlight catching a glimpse of movement, a fleeting shadow disappearing behind the altar. "We're not alone," she murmured, gripping her gun tighter. They moved cautiously toward the altar, their backs pressed together for cover. Grayson's light landed on an old wooden trapdoor, slightly ajar. It creaked as it moved, revealing a set of descending stone steps, shrouded in pitch-black darkness. Rebecca hesitated. "We don't know what's down there." Grayson met her eyes, his jaw tight. "We have to find out." Slowly, they descended, each step taking them deeper into the unknown. The air grew heavier, damp with the scent of mold and something metallic. The walls were lined with old, rusted chains. More Christmas cards littered the floor, each one bearing a different, chilling message. "You let her die. The past never forgets. It's your fault." Rebecca's breath came faster. "This isn't just a hideout. It's a shrine." And then from the darkness ahead came a sound that made their blood run cold. A child's laughter. Grayson clenched his jaw, trying to control his breathing. Rebecca stiffened beside him, her grip tightening around her gun. The laughter had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. Grayson shone his flashlight down the stone steps, revealing a narrow corridor lined with crumbling bricks. The passage was damp, the air thick with decay. Faint scratches marred the walls, symbols, words, tally marks, as if someone had been trapped here, counting the days. Rebecca knelt beside one of the symbols, tracing it with a gloved hand. "Sir, these marks are fresh." Grayson's stomach twisted. "Then someone's been down here recently." A gust of frigid air blew through the corridor, carrying a whisper with it. Low, indistinct, beckoning. They advanced cautiously, their footsteps muffled by the thick layer of dust. The corridor opened into a small chamber, a single candle flickering in the center. Against the far wall stood an old wooden crib, covered in cobwebs. Rebecca hesitated before stepping closer. The crib creaked under her touch. Inside, nestled in a tattered blanket, lay a single porcelain doll. Its painted eyes were cracked, its lips twisted into a disturbing smile. Then a voice, soft, childlike, yet filled with malice, whispered from the shadows. "You came too late." The candle flickered violently, and before either could react, the chamber door slammed shut behind them. The darkness swallowed them whole. Grayson lunged at the door, but it refused to budge. Rebecca spun around, her flashlight flickering as shadows shifted along the walls. Then, the whispers began, an amalgamation of voices, weaving together like a chorus of the forgotten. And in the center of it all stood the girl from the photograph, her hollow eyes locking onto Grayson's. The truth was finally here. Snow blanketed the quiet town of Red Pines like a pristine white sheet, muffling the usual sounds of life. It was Christmas Eve, and the streets were adorned with twinkling lights, wreaths, and garlands. Every house glowed warmly, filled with families exchanging gifts, laughter echoing through frosted windows. But for Detective Samuel Grayson, the night was anything but festive. The call came in at 11:47 p.m. A 911 dispatcher's voice, tense but controlled, broke through the soft holiday music playing in his car. "We have a reported homicide at 42 Willow Creek Drive. Units are en route." Grayson straightened in his seat, his gut tightening. Red Pines was a town where crime was rare, especially murder. When he arrived at the crime scene, the house was eerily quiet, its Christmas lights still blinking in hypnotic patterns. The front door was slightly ajar, revealing the soft glow of a decorated tree inside. The scent of cinnamon and pine mixed with something metallic, something darker. Officer Hayes, a young but competent patrolman, met him at the door. His face was pale. "In the living room, Detective," he said, barely above a whisper. Grayson stepped inside, his boots making faint imprints in the thick carpet. The scene before him was jarring. A man in his late 40s sat slumped in a large armchair, eyes wide open, staring at the flickering flames of the fireplace. His throat was slit cleanly from ear to ear, blood soaking into the plush red rug beneath him. A glass of whiskey sat untouched on the small table beside him, ice cubes still partially frozen. The victim's name was Robert Langford, a respected businessman, father of two, and by all appearances, a man without enemies. Yet, someone had wanted him dead. Grayson surveyed the room. There was no sign of forced entry. The wrapped gifts under the tree were undisturbed. The Christmas stockings hung neatly by the fireplace. Everything was in place, except for the corpse in the chair. Something about the scene felt deliberate. Grayson's eyes settled on the coffee table. Amidst holiday decorations and a half-burned candle, a small envelope rested beside the whiskey glass. The detective slipped on a pair of gloves and picked it up. The envelope was unsealed, the paper inside crisp. A handwritten note in elegant cursive read, "Merry Christmas, Detective. The game begins." A chill ran down Grayson's spine. This wasn't just a murder. It was a message, and Christmas had only just begun. The bitter cold gnawed at Detective Samuel Grayson's fingers as he held the note between his gloved hands. The words, "Merry Christmas, Detective. The game begins." Stared back at him, taunting, sinister in their simplicity. Grayson had been a homicide detective for over 15 years, but this was different. Most murders had motives, greed, jealousy, revenge. But this was something else. Someone had planned this. And worse, they wanted him to know. Taking a deep breath, he carefully slid the note into an evidence bag and turned to Officer Hayes, who was still standing by the door, shifting nervously. "Who found the body?" Grayson asked. Hayes cleared his throat. "His wife, Elaine Langford. She was out at a Christmas party with their daughter. Came home about an hour ago, found him like this, and called it in." "Where is she now?" "In the kitchen. Paramedics checked her out. She's in shock." Grayson glanced back at the body. Robert Langford had been killed sitting comfortably in his chair, watching the fire. No signs of a struggle. No panic. The slit across his throat was clean, precise. Whoever did this was methodical and bold. Leaving a note behind meant they weren't afraid of being caught. In fact, they wanted to be found. Grayson sighed. "All right, let's talk to the wife." The widow's grief. Elaine Langford was seated at the kitchen table, her hands wrapped around a cup of untouched tea. Her eyes were red and swollen, her chest rising and falling unevenly as she tried to control her breathing. She looked up when Grayson entered, her gaze filled with something between sorrow and disbelief. "Mrs. Langford, I know this is difficult, but I need to ask you some questions," he said gently as he took a seat across from her. She nodded, gripping the cup tighter. "Where were you tonight?" Elaine swallowed hard. At the Montgomery's Christmas Eve party. With my daughter, Anna." Her voice trembled. "Robert was supposed to come, but he said he was too tired." A shaky breath. "I wish I had stayed home." "Did Robert seem off? Anything unusual about his behavior lately?" She shook her head. "No, he was his usual self. Maybe a little distant, but nothing alarming." Grayson studied her. He had seen this kind of grief before, the raw, numbing shock of sudden loss. But there was something else there too. Fear. "Mrs. Langford, do you know if Robert had any enemies?" Her lips parted as if to answer, but then she hesitated. A flicker of something unreadable crossed her face. "Elaine," Grayson pressed, lowering his voice. "If there's something you're not telling me, now is the time." She exhaled shakily, staring down at her hands. "Robert, he never talked about work much, but sometimes he'd come home late, stressed. He'd lock himself in his study for hours. Did he ever mention threats? Did anything strange happen recently?" She nodded, slowly. 2 weeks ago, someone left a dead bird on our porch. A crow. At first, we thought it was a prank, but Robert looked worried. He told me not to talk about it." Grayson's jaw tightened. A warning sign. A message. And now, Robert Langford was dead. Did he say who might have done it? Elaine hesitated. Then, barely above a whisper, "There was a man, a former business partner, Ethan Cole." Grayson immediately recognized the name. Ethan Cole had been Robert's partner years ago, but their company collapsed under mysterious circumstances. There had been rumors of fraud, accusations thrown around, but nothing had ever been proven. "Where is he now?" Grayson asked. Elaine shook her head. "I don't know, but Robert, he was scared of him." A midnight revelation. Back in his car, Grayson pulled out his phone and searched for Ethan Cole. The man had vanished from public life after the scandal, but there were whispers, rumors of illegal dealings, of debts left unpaid. If Robert had been afraid of him, there was a reason. As he started the car, his eyes flicked to the evidence bag sitting in the passenger seat. The note from the crime scene. The handwriting was precise, elegant, and chillingly familiar. Grayson had seen it before. 15 years ago, on a different note, at a different murder, a case that had never been solved. His hands clenched the wheel. Whoever killed Robert Langford wasn't just playing a game. They had been playing it for years, and now they had brought it back, just in time for Christmas. The glow from the streetlights flickered against the thin layer of frost forming on Detective Samuel Grayson's windshield. He sat in his car outside the Langford residence, gripping the evidence bag containing the note. His mind wasn't on Robert Langford anymore. Not entirely. The handwriting. It wasn't just familiar. It was identical. 15 years ago, another Christmas Eve. Another murder. Another note. The Everett case. A shiver that had nothing to do with the cold crept down his spine. He reached for his phone and scrolled through his contacts until he found the name. Lieutenant Frank Holloway. Retired but still sharp. Still haunted by the same ghosts. Grayson hit dial. The phone rang twice before a gruff voice answered. "Grayson? You know what time it is." "I know," Grayson said, his voice tight. "But I need you to meet me. It's happening again." A long silence. Then, "Where?" A ghost from Christmas past. Grayson parked outside Murphy's Diner, a 24-hour joint that smelled like burnt coffee and regret. Frank Holloway was already waiting inside, nursing a steaming cup of black coffee. Even in retirement, the man still looked like a cop, grizzled, broad-shouldered, and tired in a way that sleep never fixed. Grayson slid into the booth across from him, setting the evidence bag on the table. "Recognize this?" Holloway picked up the bag and studied the note inside. A slow exhale. "Jesus Christ," he muttered. "I'm not imagining it, am I?" Grayson pressed. Holloway set the note down and rubbed his face. "No, you're not. 15 years ago, on Christmas Eve, a man named Jonathan Everett was found dead in his home. Throat slit, body posed neatly in a chair facing his fireplace. On the coffee table next to him, an untouched glass of whiskey and a note. Merry Christmas, Detective. The game begins." The case went cold. No witnesses. No leads. And worst of all, no more murders. Whoever did it had disappeared. Until now. "You think it's the same guy?" Holloway asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Grayson nodded. "Same MO, same note, same damn handwriting." Holloway sighed. "Why now? Why Langford?" Grayson leaned back, his fingers tapping against the table. "That's what I'm trying to figure out. Langford had a shady past, but no known connection to Everett." He paused. "But there is something. His wife mentioned an old business partner, Ethan Cole. The guy disappeared years ago after a financial scandal." Holloway frowned. "Ethan Cole? That name sounds familiar." "It should." Grayson pulled out his phone, tapping quickly. "Because he was also tied to Jonathan Everett. They worked together before Everett was murdered." Holloway muttered a curse under his breath. "So, either this is one hell of a coincidence, or Ethan Cole is the missing link." Grayson nodded. "That's what I'm thinking. If Cole was connected to both men, maybe he knew something. Or maybe..." He hesitated. Maybe he's next, Holloway finished grimly. The hunt for Ethan Cole. Finding Ethan Cole was easier said than done. The man had all but vanished after his financial empire collapsed, leaving behind a trail of lawsuits and accusations. Grayson called the department, requesting any last known addresses or associates. After half an hour, dispatch sent him a lead, an old property outside of town. An abandoned warehouse, once used as a storage facility by Cole's company. Figures, Grayson muttered. Nothing about this case was going to be easy. Holloway looked at him. We going now? Grayson glanced at the clock. It was nearing 3 a.m. Snow had begun to fall again, blanketing the streets in an eerie silence. He should have been home, sleeping. Instead, he was chasing ghosts. Yeah, he said. We're going now. The warehouse. The warehouse sat on the outskirts of Red Pines, a hulking steel structure covered in rust and decay. The area was deserted, the wind howling through the cracked windows like a warning. Grayson and Holloway stepped out of the car, flashlights cutting through the darkness. The only sound was the crunch of snow beneath their boots. Grayson tested the door. Locked. Holloway gestured toward a side entrance, slightly ajar. Looks like someone's been here. They exchanged a look. Then, guns drawn, they stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and mildew. Old crates were stacked haphazardly against the walls. Somewhere in the distance, a dripping sound echoed. And then, a noise. A faint scuffling. Grayson signaled to Holloway, moving toward the sound. Rounding a corner, they found a small office space. The door was open. Light spilled out. Inside, a man sat slumped at a desk, his face buried in his hands. His clothes were disheveled, his hair unkempt. He looked up as they entered, his eyes wide with fear. Ethan Cole. You're too late, he whispered, his voice hollow. Grayson's pulse quickened. Too late for what? Cole shuddered. He already came. A sinking dread settled in Grayson's stomach. Who? Cole let out a strangled laugh. The man who plays the game. Grayson stepped closer. Tell me what happened. What did he want? Cole swallowed hard. He wanted to know what I told Langford. And what did you tell him? Cole's lips trembled. The truth. He took a shaky breath. That I knew who he was. The room went still. You know who he is? Grayson asked, his voice deadly calm. Cole nodded slowly. But it won't matter. He looked up, tears in his eyes. He's going to kill me. Holloway shifted uncomfortably. We can protect you. Cole let out another hollow laugh. No, you can't. You don't understand. A heavy silence filled the room. Then Grayson noticed something. A Christmas card, sitting neatly on the desk. His breath caught in his throat as he reached for it. He already knew what it would say. Opening the card, he read the message inside. Merry Christmas, Detective. The game continues. Grayson's blood ran cold. Ethan Cole was still alive, for now. But the killer was always one step ahead. The warehouse smelled of dust and decay, but Detective Samuel Grayson barely noticed. His hands tightened around the Christmas card as he reread the words. Merry Christmas, Detective. The game continues. His gut twisted. The killer had been here. Not just earlier, recently. Across the desk, Ethan Cole sat trembling, his fingers twitching against the stained wood. The man looked hollowed out, like he had already resigned himself to death. His eyes flitted to the card, then to Grayson. You see, Cole whispered. I told you. He's coming. Grayson's jaw clenched. Then you better start talking. Who is he? Cole hesitated, his Adam's apple bobbing. You don't understand, he muttered. It's not that simple. If I tell you, he'll kill me. He's going to kill you either way, Holloway cut in, his voice rough. And if we don't stop him, he'll kill again. So unless you have a death wish, start from the beginning. Cole exhaled shakily. 15 years ago, I made a mistake. Grayson and Holloway exchanged a glance. I was in business with Robert Langford and Jonathan Everett, Cole continued. At first, everything was fine. We made money, good money. But then, Jonathan got greedy. He started pulling deals behind our backs. Blackmail. Extortion. Grayson's pulse quickened. And you found out? Cole gave a humorless laugh. We all did. Jonathan was smart, too smart. He had dirt on everyone, including Langford and me. When we confronted him, he told us we could either work for him, or he'd bury us alive. And what did you do? Cole's hands clenched into fists. We set him up, framed him for embezzlement, destroyed his reputation. His voice wavered, and we thought we were free. Silence hung between them. Then Holloway spoke. But someone didn't think that was enough. Cole shuddered. A week before Christmas, I got a note. No name. Just a message. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Merry Christmas, Ethan. He's watching." Grayson's heartbeat thundered in his ears. "You never told the police?" Cole let out a bitter chuckle. "What was I going to say? That a faceless ghost was after me? That's how you end up in a psych ward." Grayson leaned forward. "And then Jonathan Everett was murdered." Cole nodded, his skin pale. "Slaughtered. Just like Langford. And now," he swallowed. "Now it's my turn. A killer in the dark." Grayson stared at Cole, his mind racing. If the killer had been hunting them for 15 years, that meant one thing. This wasn't random. It wasn't some impulsive act of revenge. It was a plan. A long, carefully constructed plan. But why wait? Why now? Holloway's voice broke his thoughts. "We need to get him somewhere safe." Grayson nodded. "Protective custody. He's the only living link we have to this guy." Cole shot up from his chair. No, you don't get it. It doesn't matter where I go. He finds people. He found Langford in his own damn house." Holloway rolled his eyes. "You got a better plan?" Cole's breathing was ragged. Then suddenly, a sound. A faint click. Grayson's instincts screamed. Down. The office window shattered as a silenced bullet punched through the glass. Cole barely had time to react before Grayson tackled him to the ground. Another shot whizzed past, embedding itself into the wall. Holloway drew his weapon, scanning the darkness beyond the broken window. "Son of a bitch, he's here." Grayson scrambled up, heart pounding. Through the broken window, he caught a glimpse, a shadow disappearing into the night. The killer had been watching them, waiting, and he'd just taken his first shot. He escaped. "Move!" Grayson barked, dragging Cole to his feet. They sprinted out of the warehouse, Holloway covering their backs. Snowflakes swirled in the air, the night disturbingly silent now that the gunfire had stopped. Grayson yanked open the car door, shoving Cole inside. "Stay down." He jumped into the driver's seat, Holloway slamming the passenger door shut. Tires screeched as Grayson sped away, headlights cutting through the snow. His hands gripped the wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. Behind them, the warehouse faded into the distance. "Jesus," Holloway muttered. He had a silencer. "This guy's not some two-bit thug." Grayson's jaw tightened. "No, he's a professional." Cole huddled in the back seat, hands trembling. You see, he's already hunting me." "Calm down," Grayson ordered. "He missed on purpose." Cole froze. "What?" Grayson's eyes darkened. "If he wanted you dead, you'd be dead. That wasn't a hit, it was a warning." Holloway swore under his breath. "He's playing with us." Grayson nodded. "Like a cat with a mouse." Cole's breathing turned erratic. No, I can't do this. I can't." Grayson shot him a glare through the rearview mirror. "You don't have a choice." They drove in silence, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Finally, Holloway spoke. "Where are we taking him?" Grayson exhaled. "Somewhere he can't be found. A safe house of shadows." The safe house was an old police cabin, buried deep in the woods outside of town. It had no phone lines, no internet, and only one road leading in or out. If the killer wanted Cole, he'd have to come in person. Grayson turned off the headlights as they pulled up. The trees loomed overhead, their branches swaying in the bitter wind. "This is it," he said, stepping out. Cole hesitated. "You sure about this?" "It's your best shot," Grayson replied. "Unless you want to take your chances out there." Cole sighed and followed them inside. The cabin was small but secure. A single fireplace crackled in the corner, casting flickering shadows against the wooden walls. Holloway checked the windows, making sure they were locked. Grayson turned to Cole. "You stay here. No lights. No movement near the windows. We'll be back in the morning." Cole swallowed hard but nodded. As they stepped outside, Holloway muttered, "You think this'll hold him?" Grayson glanced back at the cabin. "It's a gamble, but we don't have another play." Holloway exhaled. "So what now?" Grayson stared into the darkness, his gut telling him the killer was still out there. Watching. Waiting. "Now," he murmured, "we hunt him before he hunts us." Somewhere in the distance, a lone figure stood beneath the trees, his breath curling in the freezing air. He watched as the detectives left the cabin, his expression hidden beneath the shadow of his hood. Then, slowly, he pulled something from his coat pocket. A single Christmas card. He turned it over, running a gloved finger across the embossed lettering. Finally, he smiled. "Merry Christmas, Detective," he whispered. And then, like a ghost, he vanished into the night. A cold morning. Detective Samuel Grayson hadn't slept. After dropping Ethan Cole at the safe house, he had driven back to the precinct with Holloway, both of them running on fumes and bad coffee. The case had turned into something neither of them had prepared for. An enemy they couldn't see, a pattern that had taken 15 years to reveal itself. By the time the sun had begun its slow rise over red pines, the city was blanketed in fresh snow. The Christmas decorations that lined the streets looked almost peaceful, but to Grayson, they felt mocking. The town was celebrating, oblivious to the fact that a predator was among them. He sat at his desk, staring at the evidence board. 2 names, 2 victims, a third still breathing, and one killer who had stayed in the shadows for over a decade. Who was he? What was he waiting for? Holloway entered the room, carrying 2 steaming cups of coffee. Dispatch ran background checks on Langford, Everett, and Cole. No obvious connections beyond their business dealings. But he hesitated. Grayson looked up. But what? Holloway set the coffee down and handed Grayson a file. Take a look at this. Grayson flipped it open. Inside was a grainy, black and white photo taken from old security footage. 3 men stood together, Langford, Everett, and Cole. But it wasn't them that caught Grayson's attention. It was the man in the background, a shadowy figure standing just outside the light. Grayson's fingers tightened on the paper. Who the hell is that? Holloway sighed. That's what I'm trying to figure out. The footage is from 15 years ago. A company event, 2 weeks before Everett was murdered. Grayson studied the figure. He was wearing a suit, his posture rigid. His face was turned away from the camera. A ghost in the background. Grayson tapped the image. Enhance this. I need to see his face. Holloway nodded and took the file. I'll get our tech guys on it. Grayson leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. He had the sinking feeling that the key to everything was in that photo. But time was running out. The safe house. Ethan Cole had barely moved. The fireplace crackled softly, filling the safe house with warmth, but he still felt cold. He pulled his coat tighter around his shoulders and glanced at the single window. Frost clung to the edges of the glass, distorting the forest outside. He was alone, or at least he should have been. Something gnawed at his gut, a feeling he couldn't shake. He had been hunted for so long, always looking over his shoulder, always expecting the worst. And now, he was supposed to believe he was safe? No, he had seen what this man could do. The killer was patient, methodical. He didn't make mistakes. Cole swallowed hard. Maybe he should run. Maybe he should disappear before it was too late. Then a sound. A soft creak. His body tensed. He turned slowly toward the door. The wind howled outside, shaking the trees. Was that all it was? The wind. Then another sound. A floorboard. Inside the cabin. Cole's breath hitched. He wasn't alone. The call. Grayson's phone rang. He grabbed it immediately. Grayson. Static. Then. He's here. Ethan Cole's whisper was barely audible, but the terror in his voice was unmistakable. Grayson shot up from his chair. Cole, where are you? He's inside the house. Grayson's pulse slammed in his ears. Listen to me, stay quiet. Hide. Do not make a sound. He already knows I'm here. Grayson was already moving, grabbing his coat. We're on our way. You don't understand. Cole's breathing was ragged. He doesn't just kill, detective. He plays with you. He makes you think you have a chance. But you never do. Grayson ran toward the car. Stay on the line. I think he's in the hallway. Oh God. Oh God. The door, it's opening. The line went dead. Grayson floored the gas pedal. Hang on, Cole. We're coming. But deep down, he knew. They were already too late. For the silent night. The road to the safe house was a winding trail of ice and shadows. The headlights cut through the darkness, but Grayson felt like he was driving into a nightmare. Holloway checked his gun. If he's still in there, we take him down. No warnings. Grayson nodded. Agreed. The trees loomed overhead as they turned the final corner. The safe house stood in the distance, its windows dark, its roof covered in fresh snow. But something was wrong. The front door was open. Grayson parked the car and jumped out, gun drawn. Cole! No answer. He and Holloway moved in, slow and careful. The wooden floor creaked beneath their boots. The air inside was deathly still, thick with the scent of firewood and something else, something metallic. Blood. Grayson's flashlight swept across the room. Then he saw it. A Christmas card, sitting neatly on the table. With trembling fingers, he flipped it open. Merry Christmas, detective. The game is almost over. And next to the card, a single red ornament, coated in fresh blood. Grayson's stomach turned to ice. Holloway swore under his breath. Where the hell is he? Grayson's gaze flicked to the floor, and that's when he saw the drag marks. Blood smeared across the wooden planks, leading toward the back door. The killer had taken him, and left a message. Grayson's grip tightened around his gun. This wasn't just a murder. It was an invitation, and the killer was waiting for him. 1. Blood in the snow. The night had turned deathly quiet. Detective Samuel Grayson stood frozen in the doorway of the safe house, his breath visible in the frigid air. The sight before him sent an icy dagger through his chest. Blood smeared across the wooden floor, dragged in streaks toward the open back door. Snowflakes drifted inside, melting into the crimson trail. Ethan Cole was gone. Only the Christmas card remained, resting on the table like a sick joke. "Merry Christmas, Detective. The game is almost over." Grayson clenched his jaw. This wasn't just a murder spree, it was a performance. Every move was calculated, designed to push him further into the darkness. "Damn it," Holloway muttered, scanning the room with his gun drawn. "How the hell did he get in here?" Grayson tore his eyes away from the blood. "He's been watching us. He knew we'd bring Cole here. Knew we'd think it was safe." He turned toward the open back door. "And now he wants us to follow." A gust of wind howled through the trees, carrying a faint sound, branches creaking, snow crunching underfoot. Holloway moved toward the back entrance. "We need backup." Grayson shook his head. "By the time they get here, Cole will be a corpse." "Grayson, we don't have time." Holloway hesitated. Then he swore under his breath. "Fine, but if we're doing this, we do it smart." Grayson stepped out into the night, gun raised, following the trail of blood into the abyss. 2. The hunt begins. The forest swallowed them whole. Tall pines stretched into the darkness, their branches heavy with fresh snow. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the distant echoes of the town's Christmas celebrations. Somewhere, people were singing carols, exchanging gifts, oblivious to the nightmare unfolding just outside their reach. Grayson moved quickly, following the drag marks through the snow. The killer hadn't bothered to hide them. He wanted them to follow. Holloway scanned the trees with his flashlight. "This guy's got to be freezing out here." Grayson's eyes narrowed. Unless he's prepared for it. Then he saw something in the distance. A figure, standing at the edge of the trees, barely visible in the moonlight. Grayson stopped cold, gripping his gun tighter. "Holloway." "I see him." The figure didn't move. He was tall, wrapped in a heavy coat, his face obscured by shadows. Snowflakes drifted around him, catching in the fabric of his hood. Grayson took a step forward. "Ethan Cole?" No response. Holloway raised his weapon. "Show us your hands." The figure remained still. Then, slowly, he lifted one hand and pointed. Grayson's stomach twisted. The man was pointing deeper into the woods, toward something else. Then, without a word, he turned and disappeared into the trees. Grayson's pulse hammered in his ears. "Move!" They sprinted forward, chasing after him. 3. The chapel in the woods. They ran for what felt like an eternity. Branches snapped beneath their boots, snow kicked up in thick clouds around them. The forest was an endless maze of shadows, the trees stretching high like skeletal fingers. Then, suddenly, it appeared. A chapel, old, abandoned, standing alone in the clearing. Its wooden walls were worn and cracked, the stained glass windows shattered. A rusted cross still clung to the peak of the roof, barely holding on. The trail of blood led straight to the heavy wooden doors. Grayson slowed, breathing hard. "This is it." Holloway frowned. "Why bring him here?" Grayson stepped forward. The doors loomed before him, dark and silent. And then, music. Soft, haunting. A Christmas hymn, playing from inside the chapel. Grayson felt his skin prickle. The killer was inside, waiting. Holloway swallowed. "We go in together." Grayson nodded. And with that, they pushed open the doors and stepped inside. For a scene from hell. The chapel smelled of dust and decay. Candlelight flickered against the walls, casting long shadows. The pews were broken, splintered with littering the floor. And at the far end of the room, beneath the altar, Ethan Cole. His body was tied to a wooden chair, his mouth gagged, his eyes wide with terror. Blood dripped from a deep gash across his forehead. He struggled against his restraints, muffled screams barely escaping past the cloth. And standing beside him, a man, dressed in black. His face was hidden by a mask, smooth and featureless. In one gloved hand, he held a knife, its blade glistening red in the candlelight. He tilted his head as if studying them. Then slowly he raised his free hand and pointed directly at Grayson. Holloway moved first, gun raised. "Drop the knife!" Now. The masked man didn't react. Grayson took a step forward. "You don't have to do this." The man exhaled softly. Then, in a low voice, almost a whisper, he spoke. "You took everything from me." The words sent a shiver down Grayson's spine. "Who are you?" The man tilted his head again. Then he reached into his coat and pulled out something small. A Christmas ornament, red, shattered, and as he crushed it in his palm, he whispered, "Merry Christmas, Detective." Then the candles exploded, plunging the room into darkness. 5. The chase through shadows. Gunfire erupted. Grayson dropped low as the room burst into chaos. Holloway fired toward the figure, but the masked man was already moving, slipping into the shadows, vanishing behind the pews. Grayson ripped off his coat and threw it over the candles, smothering the flames. "Holloway, get Cole!" Holloway sprinted to the chair, cutting the restraints. Cole gasped, sucking in air, his body shaking. He was waiting for you." Grayson scanned the darkness, listening. The killer was still here. Then footsteps, darting toward the side door. Grayson bolted after him. "Holloway, take Cole and get out." He crashed through the side exit, into the frozen night. The masked man was already ahead, running through the snow, disappearing into the trees. Grayson pushed himself forward, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Stop!" The man didn't stop. He was fast. Too fast. Then, a flash of movement. A knife. Grayson barely dodged as the blade sliced past him, catching his coat. He staggered back, gun raised. But the masked man was gone. The trees rustled, the wind howled. And in the distance, faint and haunting, a voice. "The game isn't over, Detective." Grayson's chest heaved. He stood there in the snow, heart pounding, gripping his gun so tightly his fingers ached. Ethan Cole was alive. But the killer had escaped. And Christmas wasn't over yet. The cold was merciless. Detective Samuel Grayson stood in the darkened forest, gun still raised, his breath coming in rapid bursts. The killer was gone, vanished into the snow-covered trees like a ghost. The only trace of him was the lingering whisper that still echoed in Grayson's ears. "The game isn't over, Detective." Behind him, Holloway emerged from the chapel, supporting a barely conscious Ethan Cole. The man's face was pale, his body weak from blood loss, but he was alive. That was something. "You see him?" Holloway asked, voice tight. Grayson shook his head. "Gone." Holloway swore. "Jesus. We had him. Right there." Grayson wasn't listening. His mind was still inside the chapel, replaying every detail. The masked man's movements, his voice, hauntingly familiar. But there was something else, something he had nearly overlooked. The Christmas ornament. Red, shattered, crushed in the killer's hand. Just like the one found at each murder scene. A signature. A message. But what did it mean? "Grayson," Holloway said, snapping him out of his thoughts. "We need to get Cole out of here." Grayson exhaled sharply. "Yeah, let's move." The three of them trudged through the snow, the wind whispering through the trees like unseen eyes watching their every step. And somewhere, hidden in the darkness, the killer was waiting. A name from the grave. 2 hours later, they were back at the precinct. Ethan Cole was being treated in the medical bay, while Holloway was briefing the chief. Grayson, however, had locked himself in his office, drowning in evidence, piecing together a puzzle that refused to fit. The Christmas card, the ornament, the killer's words. "You took everything from me." Grayson ran a hand through his hair. He had heard those words before. 15 years ago, before everything changed. His fingers hovered over an old case file. The one case he never closed. The one that haunted him. A name stared back at him from the yellowed paper. Nicholas Graves. A man who had once been accused of murder. A man who had vanished before his trial. A man who, if the records were to be believed, had been dead for 15 years. Grayson's hands clenched into fists. If Graves was truly dead, then who the hell was wearing his face? 3. A house of memories. It was nearly dawn when Grayson found himself parked outside an abandoned house on the outskirts of Red Pines. The house had once belonged to Nicholas Graves. Now it was little more than a forgotten relic, windows shattered, the front porch caving in, vines creeping over the rotting wood. A place lost in time. He stepped out of the car, gun holstered but ready. The air was heavy, thick with the weight of the past. Then movement. A flicker of light from inside. Grayson's heartbeat quickened. Someone was inside. He moved cautiously, stepping through the broken doorway. The air inside was stale, filled with dust and decay. Old furniture lay covered in white sheets, like corpses frozen in time. Then he saw it. On the wall, above the fireplace. A Christmas wreath. Fresh. decorated with crimson ornaments, and below it, lined neatly on the mantel, photographs. One of them made Grayson stop cold. It was a picture of himself, taken from a distance. Recently, a slow dread crept up his spine. This wasn't just a house. It was his past laid bare, and the killer had been waiting for him to find it. 4. The truth in the firelight. The old floorboards creaked beneath Grayson's boots as he stepped forward. His fingers traced the edge of the photograph. Why him? Why now? Then, a soft click. His instincts screamed. He dove to the side, just as a knife slashed through the air where his throat had been. The attacker lunged again, blade glinting in the dim light. Grayson rolled, kicked the figure's leg out from under them, sending them crashing to the floor. A quick glimpse. The mask. The killer. They scrambled to their feet, breathing hard. For the first time, Grayson could see them clearly. Tall, lean, a predator's stance. The mask, smooth, expressionless, tilted slightly as if studying him. Then the voice. Cold, hollow. You were supposed to forget. Grayson's pulse pounded. Forget what? Silence. Then, so soft it was almost a whisper. What you did. Grayson took a step forward, muscles coiled. Who are you? The killer's head tilted. Then, without warning, they hurled something at the fireplace. A glass bottle. Fire erupted instantly, flames licking up the walls. Smoke filled the room. The killer turned and bolted. Grayson cursed, chasing after them. He burst through the front door, just as a shadow slipped into the trees. Gone. Again. He turned back. The house was already ablaze. Whatever secrets it held were turning to ash. And in the distance, carried by the howling wind, came the killer's parting words. Merry Christmas, Detective. 5. The final message. The fire was still smoldering when Holloway arrived. Jesus, Grayson, he muttered, staring at the wreckage. What the hell happened? Grayson didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on the snow at his feet, because lying there, half buried in the frost, was another Christmas card. He picked it up, heart pounding, opened it. A single sentence was scrawled inside, in sharp, deliberate handwriting. You can't run from the past forever. Grayson exhaled slowly. The killer wasn't done. This was only the beginning. And if Nicholas Graves was truly dead, then the real nightmare was only just starting. 1. The ashes of the past. Smoke still curled from the ruins of the house as the cold morning sun cast pale light over the wreckage. The fire had eaten through most of the structure, leaving only a skeleton of charred beams and blackened debris. Detective Samuel Grayson stood near the remains of the fireplace, his jaw clenched. The air reeked of burnt wood, old dust, and something else, something worse. Memories. This house had been Nicholas Graves' home, and now, like the man himself, it was gone. Holloway stood beside him, shaking his head. You think he planned this? Grayson didn't answer right away. He crouched and ran his fingers through the snow-dusted remains. Beneath the soot, he found what he was looking for, small fragments of glass. The bottle the killer had thrown into the fire, a makeshift incendiary device. He wanted to destroy something, Grayson murmured. Something in this house. But what? Grayson let the glass fall from his fingers. Whatever it was, it's gone now. Holloway sighed. So we're back to nothing? Not nothing. Grayson reached into his pocket and pulled out the Christmas card he had found in the snow. You can't run from the past forever. Something in his gut told him they were looking at this wrong. The killer wasn't just taunting him, he was guiding him, pushing him somewhere, forcing him to remember. Grayson exhaled, his breath fogging in the frigid air. We're missing something. Holloway crossed his arms. Like what? Grayson turned and looked at the ruins of the house. The past. 2. The ghosts of Red Pines. By midday, Grayson was digging through the archives of the Red Pines Police Department. The records room was a small, dimly lit space in the basement, filled with decades of case files stacked in aging metal cabinets. The air smelled of paper and mildew. Grayson sat at a desk, flipping through an old case file, the one he had pulled earlier. Nicholas Graves, accused of murdering his wife and child on Christmas Eve, 15 years ago. Found covered in blood, but swore he was innocent. The case was open and shut, except for one problem. The bodies were never found. At the time, the evidence had been circumstantial, a struggle in the house, traces of blood, a missing family. Graves was arrested, but before he could stand trial, he vanished. Assumed dead. Now all these years later, someone was using his name. Someone who knew things they shouldn't. Grayson flipped to the last page of the file. A black and white photograph slipped free, landing on the desk. It was the only known picture of Nicholas Graves, taken the night of his arrest. And Grayson's breath caught. It wasn't just a picture of Graves. It was a picture of him. Grayson was in the background, a young officer at the time, standing just behind the suspect, his face barely visible. He had been there, at the house, at the crime scene, and yet he couldn't remember a damn thing. 3. The man in the red suit. The snow was falling heavier by the time Grayson arrived at his apartment later that evening. He locked the door behind him, shrugging off his coat, his mind still tangled in old memories. Something about the Graves case wasn't right. And the worst part, he didn't know if it was the case itself or his own memory. Pouring himself a drink, he moved to the window and looked out over the city. Christmas lights blinked in the distance, soft and warm, a stark contrast to the darkness curling in his mind. Then, a sound. Soft. Slow. A thump from somewhere inside the apartment. Grayson's grip on the glass tightened. He turned, scanning the dimly lit space. The apartment was empty, or at least it should have been. Setting his drink down, he reached for his gun, stepping carefully toward the hallway. His own heartbeat sounded deafening in his ears. Another thump, coming from his bedroom. He moved closer, pressing his back against the wall before inching the door open. The room was dark, save for the glow of the city outside. Then he saw it, a figure, standing perfectly still in the center of the room. Tall, thin, wearing a long red coat. Not just red, Santa red. Grayson's blood turned to ice. The man in the red coat tilted his head, his face obscured by shadows. Then, in a voice low and wrong, he whispered, "You forgot about me, detective." Grayson raised his gun. "Don't move." The man took a slow step forward, then another. Grayson's finger tightened on the trigger. "Last warning." The man in red chuckled, a soft, sick sound. "You always forget. Until Christmas." Then, the lights exploded, plunging the apartment into darkness. Grayson fired. The sound echoed through the room, but by the time the lights flickered back on, the man was gone. 4. The letter. Grayson tore through the apartment, checking every window, every door. Nothing. No footprints in the snow outside. No signs of forced entry. It was impossible. But the proof was there, lying on his bed. A letter. An old one. Yellowed with age, the envelope was addressed to Samuel Grayson. And inside, a single sheet of paper. The handwriting was neat, deliberate. "Do you remember what you did?" Grayson's pulse pounded in his skull. Something was wrong. Something had always been wrong. He had spent years chasing ghosts, looking for a killer. But what if? What if the killer was never missing? What if he had been waiting for him to remember? 5. The monster in the mirror. Grayson barely slept that night. When dawn came, he stood in front of the mirror, staring at his own reflection. Something was wrong. Not just with the case. Not just with the killer. With himself. How could he have been there, at Nicholas Graves' house, 15 years ago, and yet remember nothing? How could he be in the photographs, but have no recollection of that night? The killer's words clawed at his mind. "You forgot about me. You always forget. Until Christmas." Grayson swallowed hard, gripping the edge of the sink. For the first time, a terrible thought crept into his mind. What if the answer wasn't in the past? What if the answer had been inside him all along? And what if he was chasing a killer that he had already met? 1. The unraveling. Detective Samuel Grayson had always believed in order. Cases followed patterns, killers had motives, and justice, however delayed, would eventually prevail. But now, as he sat in his dimly lit apartment, staring at the yellowed letter in his trembling hands, he realized something horrifying. His mind was no longer a reliable witness. "Do you remember what you did?" The words on the page were etched into his thoughts like a scar. They weren't just a taunt, they were a challenge. A demand to face something buried so deep in his memory that even he had forgotten it. Or had he been made to forget? His reflection in the apartment window stared back at him, tired eyes, shadowed by sleepless nights. The city outside was blanketed in fresh snow, untouched, pristine. But it wouldn't stay that way for long. A storm was coming, and blood would fall with the snow. 2. A name from the dead. By the time Grayson reached the precinct, the first hints of dawn were breaking through the heavy clouds. Holloway was waiting for him. "You look like hell," he muttered, handing Grayson a coffee. "Find anything?" Grayson hesitated. He wanted to tell Holloway about the letter, the man in red, the feeling that something inside his own mind wasn't right. But how did you explain that you were starting to doubt your own memories? Instead, he placed the old case file on the desk. Nicholas Graves. Holloway frowned. We've been through this. Graves is dead. Grayson shook his head. No body was ever found. He flipped the file open and pointed to the arrest report. And look at this. There's no detailed witness testimony. No interrogation transcript. Just a confession written in his name. And guess who was the responding officer that night? Holloway leaned in. You. Grayson nodded slowly. But I don't remember it. Maybe you just forgot, Holloway suggested. Grayson's jaw tightened. Or maybe someone made me forget. 3. The butcher's gift. Before Holloway could respond, a uniformed officer burst into the room, out of breath. Detectives, you need to see this. Grayson and Holloway followed him out of the precinct. The morning air was bitterly cold, the streets of red pines still quiet beneath the weight of the snowfall. Then they saw it. At the center of the town square, where the massive Christmas tree stood tall, something had been placed beneath it. A figure dressed in a Santa suit, sitting upright as if waiting for something. Grayson's gut twisted as he stepped closer. The man's throat had been slit open, his chest hollowed out, the snow beneath him soaked crimson. A Christmas card was tucked neatly into his gloved hands. Grayson knelt, pulled it free with gloved fingers, and opened it. A single sentence, written in the same deliberate, familiar handwriting. The past always finds its way home. For the eyes of a killer. The victim was identified within the hour. His name was Walter Reeves, a former officer, a former detective. Grayson's blood ran cold. He knew that name. Walter Reeves had been his partner 15 years ago, the night Nicholas Graves was arrested. This wasn't random. It was a message. Grayson stared at the dead man's face as the forensic team worked. His eyes were open, glassy, frozen in time. But there was something else. The killer had removed them. Carefully. Precisely. Like he wanted to send a message. 5. The house on Willow Lane. Grayson didn't wait for clearance. He got in his car and drove. Walter Reeves had lived in a small house on Willow Lane, one of the quieter streets in Red Pines. A place where old secrets went to die. The house was dark when Grayson pulled up, but he knew better than to assume it was empty. Gun drawn, he stepped through the front door. It was unlocked. Inside, dust coated everything, and the air smelled stale. The living room was undisturbed, but something about it felt wrong. Then he saw the photographs, scattered on the coffee table. Dozens of them, all from the same night. 15 years ago. Grayson felt his pulse thunder in his skull as he flipped through them. Images of Nicholas Graves being dragged away in handcuffs. A younger version of himself standing nearby. And then, one particular photograph made his breath catch. It was a picture of a basement, a concrete floor, blood pooled near a drain. And in the center of the image, 2 figures. One was Nicholas Graves. The other, Grayson's hands trembled. The other figure was him, standing over something on the floor, something covered in blood. 6. The hole in his memory. Grayson stumbled back, the room spinning around him. What the hell was this? He knew the story. Nicholas Graves had killed his wife and child. He had been arrested, then vanished before his trial. But this photograph, this wasn't part of the story. And yet, there he was, in the basement, with Graves, and someone else. His breath came in ragged bursts. He was losing time, losing pieces of himself. What had he done that night? And why couldn't he remember? 7. The Red King. Then, a sound. Soft. Barely there. A click. Grayson spun, gun raised. A figure stood in the doorway. Tall. Thin. Wearing the same red coat. The same damn red coat. The man in red. But this time, he wasn't just watching. This time he spoke. His voice was calm. Measured. Almost amused. You're finally starting to see it, aren't you? Grayson's hands tightened around his gun. Who the hell are you? The man in red stepped forward, unafraid. I've had so many names. But you knew me as Nicholas. Grayson's breath stopped. No, that was impossible. Nicholas Graves was dead. Wasn't he? Graves, if it really was him, tilted his head. You buried the truth, detective. But you can't bury it forever. Grayson's grip tightened. I don't remember. Graves smiled. That's because I took your memories. Grayson's vision swam. You're lying. Graves chuckled softly. Am I? Then, darkness. Something struck Grayson's skull. His world collapsed. The last thing he saw was Graves' expression. Calm. Patient. Like a man who had been waiting for this moment for a very, very long time. 1. The darkness between seconds. Consciousness returned in fragments. A dull ache pounded behind Samuel Grayson's eyes, pulsing in time with the sluggish beat of his heart. His body felt like it had been weighed down with chains, every muscle screaming in protest. The air was cold, so cold it felt like razors slicing against his skin. Somewhere in the darkness, water dripped. Grayson forced his eyes open. Darkness. Thick, suffocating, endless darkness. No, not endless. There, dim and flickering, was the glow of a single, swaying light bulb. The weak yellow light cast deep, jagged shadows across the damp stone walls. A basement, a familiar basement. A memory stirred, hazy, distant, but unmistakable. He had been here before. A low creak echoed in the stillness. Grayson turned his head, vision swimming, and saw the figure standing in the doorway. Tall, thin, dressed in the long red coat. The man in red. Grayson tried to move, but his wrists were bound. Ropes bit into his skin, holding him tightly against a wooden chair. The man in red stepped forward, the dim light finally illuminating his face. Nicholas Graves. Older than in the photographs, but unmistakable. His sharp, hollow cheeks, the piercing blue eyes that seemed to strip away all illusions, the smirk that sent ice curling in Grayson's gut. You always forget, Graves said softly. Until Christmas. Too, the ghost of Christmas passed. Grayson's throat was dry, but he forced himself to speak. You're dead. Graves tilted his head. I was supposed to be. His voice was unnervingly calm, like a teacher explaining a simple concept to a slow student. But you already know that, don't you? Grayson clenched his fists. You killed your wife. Your child. The evidence. Graves took another slow step forward. Evidence. He let out a low chuckle. That's the problem, detective. You were there. And yet you don't remember, do you? Grayson's breathing was shallow. The ropes cut into his wrists as he strained against them. I arrested you that night. Graves shook his head. No, you didn't. A beat of silence. Then Graves reached into his coat and pulled something out. A photograph, yellowed with age. He held it up so Grayson could see. The image struck him like a hammer to the chest. A basement. This basement. The concrete floor was stained dark. Blood pooled near a drain. And in the center, two figures. One was Nicholas Graves. The other. Grayson's breath stopped. It was him, standing over something, holding something. A knife. Dripping. No, this was wrong. He didn't remember this. He couldn't remember this. The world tilted around him. The basement, the ropes, the cold, none of it felt real anymore. Graves took another step closer, lowering his voice. Tell me, detective. He crouched down, so close Grayson could smell the faint trace of smoke on his clothes. Do you remember what you did? 3. The night everything changed. 15 years ago. Snow fell in thick, silent sheets, burying red pines beneath a blanket of white. Christmas lights flickered in the distance, their glow distorted through the windshield of the patrol car. Detective Walter Reeves sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel too tightly. Beside him, Samuel Grayson. Younger. Naive. Back when he still believed in the clean lines between guilt and innocence. The radio crackled. All units, domestic disturbance reported at 416 Willow Lane. Possible 187. A homicide. Reeves exhaled sharply, pulling the car onto the snow-covered road. I know this guy, Reeves muttered. Nicholas Graves. Quiet type. Got a wife and a kid. Grayson frowned. What's the call? Neighbor reported screaming. Then nothing. No movement. Lights went out. Silence settled over them as they approached the house. A single-story home. Dark windows. Snow piling up on the porch. Reeves shut off the engine. Something's wrong. Grayson reached for his gun. The door was unlocked. The two detectives stepped inside, and the world shifted. The smell hit them first. Copper. Thick, suffocating. Blood. So much blood. In the center of the living room, a woman lay sprawled on the floor, her throat slit open. Beside her, a child. No. The boy couldn't have been more than 6. His Christmas pajamas were soaked through with red, his small hands still clutching a stuffed bear. Grayson staggered back, while rising in his throat. Then he saw him, a figure in the doorway. Nicholas Graves, covered in blood, not moving, his eyes locked onto Grayson's. Something snapped inside Grayson. His gun was in his hand before he even realized it. And then, blackness. Nothing. A void where the memory should have been. 4. The man in the mirror. Grayson gasped, the memory slamming into him like a freight train. Back in the present, Graves smiled. Now you remember. Grayson's pulse pounded in his skull. No, he whispered. That's not. Graves stepped closer. Do you know what you did that night, detective? Grayson's hands clenched into fists. He killed him. He killed Nicholas Graves. At least, that's what he thought. But if Graves was standing here now, then what the hell had happened? Grayson's stomach twisted. I shot you. Graves' smirk widened. Oh, you did more than that. Memories flooded back, sharp and unforgiving. The sound of a struggle. Reeves shouting. Grayson's hands, sticky with blood. The weight of the knife in his grip. A knife. Not a gun. A knife. His breath came fast and ragged. He wasn't just there that night. He wasn't just an officer responding to a call. He was part of it. Reeves had lied. Grayson had lied. And now the truth was coming for him. 5. The Devil's Choice. Graves stepped back, arms outstretched. You can still make it right, he said. You owe them that. Grayson's heart pounded. Memories were dangerous things. They could be twisted, manipulated. But this felt real. The truth was out. But what would he do with it? Graves reached into his coat and pulled out something small. A knife. The same knife from that night. He set it on the table between them. Then stepped back. You have a choice, detective, he murmured. The past won't stay buried forever. Grayson's breath came slow and unsteady. The weight of 15 years crushed down on him. Outside, the first flakes of a fresh snowfall drifted down. Christmas was coming, and so was the reckoning. 1. The past that would not die. The knife gleamed under the dim basement light, its edge catching the flickering glow of the old bulb swaying above. Grayson's breath came in ragged bursts, his wrists raw from struggling against the ropes. His mind was a storm, a violent whirlwind of fractured memories, long-buried secrets clawing their way to the surface. Nicholas Graves stood across from him, his sharp blue eyes burning with something Grayson couldn't quite name. Expectation. Satisfaction. Pick it up, Graves murmured. The knife sat on the wooden table between them, a relic of a crime that had been buried for 15 years. Grayson's hands trembled. He remembered now. The night everything changed. The blood, the cold weight of the weapon in his hands, and the terrible, unshakable truth. He was not just a detective investigating a murder. He was a part of it. 15 years ago, the night that shattered. Snow fell in thick, heavy silence, coating the streets of red pines in a pristine white blanket. Christmas lights twinkled in distant windows, casting ghostly colors across the frozen sidewalks. Inside 416 Willow Lane, the world was painted in red. Grayson stood in the living room, the metallic scent of blood thick in his nostrils. The woman's body lay sprawled across the floor, her lifeless eyes staring at the ceiling. Beside her, the boy, his small, fragile form still wrapped in Christmas pajamas, his tiny fingers curled into a lifeless grip around a stuffed bear. Detective Walter Reeves was the first to move. Jesus, he whispered. His voice was steady, but Grayson saw the slight tremor in his fingers as he wiped sweat from his brow. Then footsteps. A shadow moved in the doorway. Nicholas Graves stood there, unmoving. His face was pale, eyes hollow. His clothes were covered in blood. Grayson reached for his gun, but Reeves held out a hand. Hold on, he muttered. Let's not rush this. Grayson hesitated. Something felt off. Reeves stepped forward. Nicholas, he said carefully. You with me? Graves didn't answer. His hands hung at his sides. Reeves glanced at the knife on the floor. Blood dripped from the blade. You do this? Reeves asked. Still, Graves didn't speak. Reeves exhaled. Sam, go check the rest of the house. Grayson hesitated, then nodded. He stepped past Graves, moving down the narrow hallway. The bedroom doors were open. Empty. No sign of a struggle. No sign of forced entry. And then, something odd. The back door was unlocked. The snow outside was untouched. Grayson frowned. And that's when he heard it. A grunt. A struggle. Then Walter Reeves' voice, low and tense. Drop it! Grayson spun back toward the living room. Nicholas Graves stood where he had before, unmoving. Reeves had his gun trained on him. Grayson's heart pounded. What the hell is going on? He demanded. Reeves' jaw was tight. Something's not right. Grayson took a slow step forward, and then he saw it. The knife on the floor. The blood on Graves' hands. His wide, empty stare. Like a man trapped inside his own body. Like someone who didn't remember. Like someone who wasn't the one holding the knife when the murders happened. Grayson's breath hitched. No, he whispered. A terrible, sinking realization settled over him. Nicholas Graves didn't kill his wife and son. Somebody else did, and that somebody was still in the house. 3. The Butcher of Red Pines. Present day. Grayson stared at Graves, his pulse a steady hammer against his ribs. "You didn't do it," he whispered. Graves' smirk was bitter. "Took you long enough." Grayson's head spun. If Graves wasn't the killer, then who? Reeves. The name crashed into his mind like a wrecking ball. Walter Reeves had been there that night. He had taken control. He had forced Grayson to look away. He had manipulated the evidence, rewritten the narrative. And when it was all said and done, when Nicholas Graves was locked away, when the case was sealed, Reeves had buried the truth. And now, 15 years later, someone was unearthing it. 4. The Last Christmas. Grayson gritted his teeth. If Reeves did it, why now? Why wait? Graves folded his arms. Because you were supposed to forget. Grayson's stomach twisted. You had doubts, Graves continued. You knew something didn't add up. But Reeves made sure you didn't ask questions. And then, over time, the memories faded. You convinced yourself the case was solved. That I was guilty. Grayson closed his eyes. It was true. He had always felt that something was wrong. That there were holes in the case. But he had ignored it. Because the alternative, the idea that his own partner had framed a man for the murder of his own family, was too monstrous to face. And now the past had come back with a vengeance. Graves stepped closer. You have a choice, detective. He nodded toward the knife on the table. Pick it up. Grayson stared at the weapon, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. He could walk away. He could keep pretending. Or he could face the truth. And do something about it. Outside, the snowfall thickened, coating the world in white. Christmas Eve was upon them. And by Christmas morning, one way or another, this would be over. 1. A choice in the dark. The knife sat between them like a relic of a forgotten war. The dim light flickered, casting restless shadows across the damp basement walls. Nicholas Graves stood motionless, his piercing blue eyes locked onto Samuel Grayson's. The weight of 15 years pressed down on Grayson's shoulders. His wrists ached from where the ropes had cut into them. His mind swirled with fragmented memories, the truth piecing itself together like a shattered mirror. Reeves. Walter Reeves. The man he had trusted. The man who had guided him through his early years as a detective. The real killer. Grayson swallowed hard. This was it. No more running. No more pretending. He reached forward, hesitated, then wrapped his fingers around the knife handle. Graves exhaled, a breath that almost sounded like relief. You made your choice, he murmured. Grayson rose unsteadily to his feet, muscles stiff and aching. The cold bit at his skin, but it hardly registered. His mind was locked on one thought, one truth that rang like a bell in the silence. Reeves had to pay. 2. The Ghosts of Red Pines. The town of Red Pines lay under a heavy snowfall, its streets blanketed in a pristine white that made everything seem eerily quiet. Christmas decorations adorned the lamp posts, glowing warmly in the night. Grayson moved through the snow with purpose, his coat wrapped tightly around him. The knife was hidden inside his pocket, its weight a constant reminder of what had to be done. His destination was clear. Walter Reeves' house. The 2-story home stood at the end of a cul-de-sac, its driveway covered in untouched snow. Warm yellow light spilled from the windows, casting soft glows onto the frost-covered lawn. Grayson hesitated for only a moment before stepping forward. His breath came in slow, controlled exhales as he climbed the steps to the front door. He knocked once. Silence. Then, footsteps. The door creaked open, revealing the man himself. Walter Reeves. Older, but still built like a brick wall. His gray hair was neatly combed, his sharp eyes narrowing at the sight of Grayson. Sam. Reeves frowned. What the hell are you doing here? Grayson forced a tight smile. Thought I'd stop by. Wish you a Merry Christmas. Reeves studied him for a long moment, then stepped aside. Come in. Grayson did. The house was warm, filled with the scent of pine and burning wood. A Christmas tree stood in the corner, twinkling with golden lights. A glass of bourbon rested on the coffee table beside a half-read book. A picture of Reeves' family sat on the mantel. His wife, his daughter. For a moment, Grayson felt the weight of what he was about to do. Then he remembered the blood, the boy in the Christmas pajamas, the woman lying lifeless on the floor, and how Reeves had stolen another man's life to cover his tracks. Grayson turned to face him. I remember, Walter. Reeves stilled. What? I remember everything. The room seemed to shrink. The warmth of the house did nothing to dull the cold rage coursing through Grayson's veins. Reeves' expression didn't change, but there was something in his eyes now. Calculation. "That's so," Reeves said, voice calm. "You were there that night," Grayson pressed. "You set Nicholas Graves up. You killed his wife and son, and you made sure the evidence pointed to him. And you made me a part of it." Reeves didn't deny it. Instead, he sighed. Then, slowly, he walked to the cabinet near the fireplace and poured himself another drink. "You always were too damn stubborn," he muttered. Grayson's hands clenched into fists. "Say it." Reeves took a slow sip of bourbon. "Say what?" "Say you did it." Reeves chuckled. Then, without turning, he said, "Of course I did." The confession hung in the air like smoke. Grayson's breath hitched. 15 years of silence. 15 years of lies. And Reeves had admitted it like he was discussing the weather. "Why?" Grayson's voice was raw. Reeves finally turned to face him, his gaze steady. "Because I had to." A long pause. "You were young back then, Sam. You didn't understand how the world worked. You still don't." Grayson's pulse pounded in his ears. "Then explain it to me." Reeves smirked. "I will, but not here." His hand moved toward his belt. Grayson saw the gun a split second before Reeves reached for it. He lunged. 3. The fight for the truth. The two men collided, sending the glass of bourbon crashing to the floor. Reeves was strong, stronger than Grayson remembered. They struggled, knocking over the coffee table. Grayson twisted, slamming Reeves into the mantel. The older man grunted, but didn't let up. His fist came hard and fast, cracking against Grayson's jaw. Stars burst behind his eyes. The gun. Reeves was still reaching for it. Grayson moved on instinct. His hand shot into his pocket. The knife. Reeves saw it, eyes widening slightly. "Sam." Grayson drove the blade forward. It sank into Reeves' side. A choked gasp escaped his lips as he staggered back, clutching the wound. Blood seeped through his shirt, dark against the white fabric. His knees buckled. He hit the floor. For a long moment, neither of them moved. The only sound was the crackling of the fireplace. Grayson's chest heaved. His hands shook. The knife was still in his grip, slick with blood. Reeves looked up at him, something unreadable in his eyes. Then he laughed. A low, wheezing chuckle. "You finally did it," Reeves rasped. "Took you long enough." Grayson swallowed hard. His heart pounded. Reeves coughed, a thin line of blood trickling from his lips. "You think this changes anything?" Grayson tightened his grip on the knife. "Yeah, I do." Reeves' breathing was shallow. His hands trembled. And then, he slumped forward, motionless. The butcher of Red Pines was dead. For a new dawn. By the time the sirens filled the night air, the snow had stopped falling. Grayson stood on the front porch, hands in his pockets, watching as the police cars pulled up. Detective Lisa Carter was the first to step out. Her sharp gaze flicked from the blood on Grayson's shirt to the body inside the house. "Jesus, Sam," she muttered. "What the hell happened?" Grayson exhaled. He could lie. He could spin another story. But no, it was time for the truth. He turned to Carter, his voice steady. "I have a story to tell." The weight of 15 years lifted. Christmas morning had arrived. And for the first time in a long time, Samuel Grayson was free. 1. The weight of the past. The morning after Walter Reeves' death was cold and quiet. Samuel Grayson sat in an interrogation room at the Red Pines Police Department, his hands resting on the metal table. The overhead fluorescent light buzzed softly, casting harsh shadows across the room. The air smelled of stale coffee and disinfectant. Across from him, Detective Lisa Carter studied him in silence. She had been his friend once, before everything fell apart. Now, she was the one who had to decide what came next. "Start from the beginning," she said. Grayson inhaled slowly. The truth. 15 years of lies unraveled in his mind, a tangled web finally breaking apart. "I was there the night of the Willow Lane murders," he said. Lisa's expression remained unreadable. He continued. "I was a rookie, just a few months on the force. Reeves and I got the call. A domestic disturbance. When we arrived, the bodies were already there. A deep breath. The wife. The son. Murdered." He swallowed hard. "And then we found Nicholas Graves, covered in blood. Dazed. Unresponsive." Lisa's fingers tapped the table. "And Reeves framed him?" Grayson nodded. "I didn't know at first. Not for sure. But looking back, the signs were there. Reeves took control of the scene, manipulated the evidence, buried the truth." His voice dropped. "He made sure I didn't ask questions. Lisa sighed, rubbing her temples. You really expect me to believe this? You already do, Grayson said quietly. She didn't answer. Instead, she stood, pacing the small room. Outside, officers moved through the station, murmuring in hushed tones. Grayson knew the weight of his confession, knew what it meant. Lisa finally stopped. So what happened last night? Grayson leaned forward, his jaw tight. I confronted him. He confessed. Lisa's eyes narrowed. And then you killed him. A pause. Grayson clenched his fists. He pulled a gun. I defended myself. Silence filled the room. Lisa exhaled through her nose, rubbing her face. This is a mess, Sam. I know. She shook her head, muttering something under her breath. Then, after a long moment, she walked to the door. I'll be back. The door clicked shut behind her. Grayson leaned back, staring at the ceiling. He had done what needed to be done. But what came next? That was out of his hands. The storm breaks. Hours passed. Grayson remained in the cold interrogation room, replaying everything in his mind. The weight of the past clung to him, but there was something else now, something lighter. Relief. For the first time in 15 years, the truth was out. No more running. No more hiding. The door opened again, and Lisa returned, holding a file. She dropped it on the table in front of him. I made some calls, she said. Dug through some old files. She slid a photograph toward him. A crime scene photo. The Willow Lane murders. Grayson's stomach twisted at the sight of the boy's lifeless body, still clutching his stuffed bear. Lisa's voice was quiet. You were right. Grayson looked up. She continued. We never tested the blood spatter on Nicholas Graves' clothes. We just assumed. And the footprints at the scene? Too large for Graves. She closed the file. This case was rotten from the start. Grayson exhaled, his hands trembling slightly. Then you know I had no choice. Lisa studied him for a long time. Finally, she nodded. I know. A beat of silence. Then she stood. Go home, Sam. Grayson blinked. What? You heard me. Lisa's expression hardened. This town owes you the truth. I'll handle the paperwork. You walk out of here, and you don't look back. Grayson hesitated. Then slowly he stood. Thank you. Lisa didn't reply. As he stepped past her, she finally spoke. Don't make me regret this. He nodded once. Then he left. The final gift. The town of Red Pines was quiet under the morning light. Snow still blanketed the streets, untouched and pure. Grayson drove through the winding roads, his mind still racing. Everything had changed. For the first time in years, he wasn't shackled to the past. His car pulled to a stop in front of an old, familiar building. The state hospital. Inside, Nicholas Graves sat near the window, staring at the falling snow. His once sharp eyes were dulled by years of confinement, his face worn by time. Grayson stepped inside, his boots echoing against the floor. A nurse glanced up, frowning. Can I help you? Grayson didn't look away from Graves. I'm here to set him free. For a new beginning. Hours later, Nicholas Graves stepped outside for the first time in 15 years. The cold air hit his face, and for a long moment, he simply stood there, breathing it in. Grayson watched him, hands in his pockets. Graves finally turned, his voice hoarse. It's over? Grayson nodded. It's over. A long silence stretched between them. Then, Graves smiled. For the first time in years, he was free. For the first time in years, so was Grayson. The snow continued to fall, blanketing Red Pines in white. Somewhere in the distance, Christmas bells rang.